Welcome, my dear. You found your way back to Gertrude's corner, a place where the night takes its time, where stories grow like vines along the edges of your imagination, and where weary hearts come to rest. Out there, the world can be loud, full of lists and noise and bright, spinning clocks. But here, time softens. The stars lean closer. The air grows warm with promise. And you are safe, utterly safe, to let go. Each night we journey together through gentle stories, tales stitched with moonlight and memory, where even forgotten places find their way back to life. Tonight's tale is one such story. It begins in a quiet valley, where the forests whisper secrets, and an old chateau waits beneath a veil of ivy and thyme. There, a gardener named Thalia wanders, her hands full of seeds, her heart full of wonder, planting life where sorrow once grew. As the story unfolds, you'll walk beside her, feel the cool earth between your fingers, hear the fountain's song return after years of silence, and drift deeper into peace. But before we begin, let's prepare the soil of the heart with a moment of stillness. Find a place where you feel safe and at ease, my dear. Your soft bed, a cushioned chair, or perhaps a nook by a window. Let your body sink into that space, as if it's cradling you, like a gentle embrace. If it feels right, close your eyes, or let your gaze soften, blurring the edges of the world around you. Let's breathe together now, slow and easy, like the rustle of leaves in a quiet forest. Take a deep breath in through your nose for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Filling your chest with calm, cool air. Hold it for a moment, soft as a sigh, and now let it out through your mouth for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like a river flowing to the sea. Once more, breathe in deeply for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feel the air weave peace into your shoulders, your hands, your heart. Hold it gently and exhale for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Letting any tightness drift away, as light as a feather on the breeze. One last time, my dear. Inhale for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Letting tranquility settle deep within you. Hold it softly. and release for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as if you're whispering a secret to the night. Let your breathing find its own rhythm now, steady and calm, like the ticking of a grandfather clock in a quiet room. As my voice wraps around you, know that you're exactly where you belong, ready to step into a story that's waiting just for you. Once upon a time, in a land where the forests whispered secrets and the stars blinked with ancient wisdom, there lived a gardener named Thalia. She was a young woman, no older than the first blooms of spring, with hands stained by the rich, dark earth, and a heart as open as a sunflower turning to the light. Thalia owned little in the way of worldly things, just a small wooden cart, creaking under the weight of seed packets, a well-worn trowel, and a watering can dented by years of use. Yet her true treasure was her gift, for she could coax life from even the most stubborn soil, planting gardens that brought joy to every soul who saw them, roses that glowed like the dawn, herbs that scented the air with comfort, ivy that climbed walls like a living song. These were the gifts she left behind in every village she passed through. Thalia had grown up in a small cottage on the edge of a meadow, where her grandmother taught her the language of plants. "Listen to the soil," her grandmother would say, her voice as soft as the wind through grass. "It tells you what it needs: water, sun, a bit of love." From those early days, Thalia learned to see the world as a garden waiting to bloom. Every patch of earth a canvas for colour and life. She travelled lightly, her cart pulled by a faithful donkey named Willow, whose steps were steady and sure. In one village, she planted a row of sunflowers that grew taller than the children, their faces following the sun like smiling faces. In another, she sowed mint and chamomile, their scents soothing the villagers' worries away. But Thalia's journeys were not always easy. There were days when rain soaked her to the bone, or winds scattered her seeds. Yet she pressed on, her spirit as resilient as the weeds that pushed through cracks in stone. She believed that beauty could be found anywhere, even in the most unlikely places. And so, on that crisp autumn evening, as the sky turned the deep, velvety purple of ripe plums, Thalia's cart rattled along a forgotten path, deep in a forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their leaves a canopy of gold and red. The air was cool, carrying the scent of fallen leaves, pine needles, and the faint, smoky promise of distant hearths. The branches above wove a canopy, dappled with the last rays of a sinking sun, casting golden flecks across her path. Thalia hummed a tune, soft and lilting, as old as the hills themselves, her footsteps light on the mossy ground, her heart alight with curiosity. She had heard whispers in the villages, tales of a hidden chateau, tucked away in a valley where time seemed to pause, a place of mystery, of shadow, where few dared to tread, spoken of in hushed tones by travellers around fires. Some said it was cursed, its gardens overgrown with thorns, its halls echoing with ghosts of the past. But Thalia was not one to shy from the unknown, for she believed, deep in her bones, that even the most forgotten places could bloom again with a little care, a little tenderness. The path grew narrower, twisting through the forest like a ribbon unwinding from a spool. The trees pressing closer, their trunks like silent guardians. Birds called from the branches, their songs a farewell to the day, and the air grew thicker with the scent of damp earth. Thalia paused once to pick a handful of wild berries, their juice tart on her tongue, a small gift from the woods. Willow snorted softly, his ears twitching at the sounds of the forest, but Thalia patted his neck, whispering words of comfort. She wondered what awaited her in the valley, if the tales were true, or if the chateau was simply a place in need of a gardener's touch. At last, the forest parted. Like curtains drawn back from a stage, and the path spilled into a valley cloaked in twilight. There, rising from a veil of mist, stood the chateau, its stone walls weathered but proud, its tall windows glinting like eyes watching the world. The structure was grand, with towers reaching toward the darkening sky and a sloping roof thick with chimneys. Ivy clung to its towers, thick and wild, as if trying to hold the stones together, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The gardens around the chateau were a tangle of neglect. Roses choked by thorns that twisted like forgotten promises. Wildflowers bowed low by time and wind. And a stone path barely visible beneath a carpet of leaves, yellow and brown, crunching underfoot. Yet, beneath the chaos, Thalia saw beauty waiting to be awakened. A pergola draped in faded blooms, its wood carved with intricate vines. A fountain silent but yearning to sing, its basin etched with scenes of birds and flowers. The courtyard stretched before her, a space that once must have rung with laughter, now quiet, but for the wind's soft sigh. Thalia felt a pull, a quiet call from the earth itself, urging her to stay, to dig her hands into the soil and see what could grow. Thalia pushed open the iron gate, its hinges groaning like a sigh from a long sleep, the sound echoing across the courtyard. The metal was cool under her fingers, rusted but strong, and the gate swung open with a reluctant creak. She led Willow through, his hooves clopping softly on the cobblestones, and set her cart down beside a crumbling stone bench, its surface etched with lichen that glowed faintly in the twilight. The air was still, save for the soft rustle of leaves skittering across the stones, carried by a gentle breeze that whispered through the ivy. Thalia wandered toward the fountain at the courtyard's heart, her steps slow, her eyes taking in every detail. The basin was dry, filled with brittle leaves and the faint memory of water, but its carved edges spoke of grander days, when water danced and sparkled under the sun, reflecting the roses around it. She brushed her fingers along the stone, feeling its cool, worn surface, the grooves where water had flowed for years, now silent but waiting. As she touched the fountain, a figure emerged from the shadows of the chateau's entrance, stepping into the fading light. She was a woman, tall and cloaked in a shawl that shimmered like moonlight on water, its fabric woven with threads that caught the last rays of the sun. Her hair was silver, cascading like a river over her shoulders, and her eyes held the weight of years. deep and knowing, yet soft with a kindness that put Thalia at ease. "Welcome, gardener," she said, her voice low and melodic, like the hum of a distant cello, carrying through the courtyard. "I am Lysandra, the keeper of this chateau's heart," she continued, her words slow, as if each one was chosen with care. "Long ago, this place was alive with colour, with laughter, with the scent of roses in full bloom. Gardens that bloomed year-round, drawing visitors from far and wide. But sorrow has dimmed its light. The gardens have withered under neglect, and the walls hold only echoes of what was. Whispers of joy long gone. Only one who plants with love, who listens to the earth's quiet pleas, can restore what was lost, can bring the chateau back to life." Thalia's had heart stirred, like a seed warmed by the first rays of spring, a feeling of purpose blooming within her. She had never turned away from a garden in need, and this chateau, with its silent beauty and hidden sorrow, called to her in a way she could not ignore. "I will try," she said, her voice soft but steady, like a stream finding its course through rocks. "Every seed deserves a chance to grow, and every garden a moment to shine, to tell its story again." Lysandra's eyes softened, a smile touching her lips like a crescent moon rising. "Begin where you feel called," she said, gesturing to the courtyard with a sweep of her shawl, the fabric fluttering like leaves. "Let the chateau guide you. Listen to its whispers, and it will show you the way." With that, she faded into the twilight, her form dissolving like mist rising from the fountain, leaving Thalia alone with the whispering wind and the faint golden glow of a lantern hanging from the pergola, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Returning woke with the dawn, as the sun spilled golden light across the valley, painting the chateau's stones with warmth and promise. The air was fresh, scented with dew and the faint earthiness of the gardens. She began her work at the pergola, where the rosebush stood, its blooms pale and drooping, their petals curling like tired hands reaching for the light. These were no ordinary roses, she sensed. Their faint fragrance carried a story, a whisper of days when the chateau was loved, when laughter echoed through its halls, and the air was filled with their sweet perfume. With careful hands, she pruned the tangled branches, snipping away dead thorns with her shears, the sharp click echoing softly in the morning air. She cleared the weeds that choked the roots, their tendrils pulling free with a satisfying tug, revealing the rich soil beneath. As she worked, she talked to the roses, her voice a gentle murmur. "You've been waiting, haven't you?" she said, her fingers brushing a petal, waiting for someone to remember you, to give you room to breathe. The sun climbed higher, its rays warming her back, and the roses seemed to straighten, as if responding to her touch. She planted lavender in neat rows along the stone path, digging small holes with her trowel, the earth crumbling softly between her fingers. The lavender's purple buds promised a scent that would soothe the soul, filling the courtyard with a calming aroma on warm days. In the beds near the fountain, she sowed seeds for wildflowers, poppies and daisies, their tiny grains tucked into the earth like secrets waiting to bloom, covered with a light layer of soil, patted down with care. Each day, Thalia worked with a quiet rhythm, her trowel sinking into the soft, dark soil, her watering can glinting in the sunlight as she poured life into the ground, the water trickling like a soft rain. She hummed as she worked, the same lilting tune from her journey, its notes blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird, creating a symphony of peace. The courtyard seemed to listen, its stones warming under her touch, its air growing lighter with each new sprout, as if the chateau itself was sighing in relief. As the days turned to weeks, the chateau began to stir, as if waking from a long, sorrowful dream, its essence coming alive with each petal that unfolded. The roses on the pergola bloomed again, their petals a vibrant pink, glowing in the soft light of dawn, their scent wafting through the air like a sweet memory. The lavender along the path released its fragrance, drawing bees that hummed a sleepy tune, their wings a gentle buzz in the morning air, pollinating the flowers with delicate precision. The fountain, which Thalia had cleared of leaves and debris, began to trickle, its water catching the sunlight like scattered diamonds, its soft song echoing through the courtyard, a melody that seemed to soothe the stones themselves. The chateau's walls, once cold and grey, seemed to soften, their stones warmed by the sun, as if grateful for her care, absorbing the light and reflecting it back in a soft glow. Yet Thalia sensed she was not alone, a presence lingering in the air like mist after rain. That night, as she sat by the lantern's glow, her hands resting after a day's work, she heard faint footsteps on the cobblestones, soft as a sigh from the wind. Shadows moved in the corners of her vision, not threatening but gentle, like the flicker of a candle in a dark room. She felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, for the chateau seemed to watch her with a kindness of its own, as if it too longed to be whole again, to be filled with life and light. One evening, as she knelt by a bed of chamomile, its delicate white petals glowing under the twilight, a young boy appeared, no older than 12, with bright eyes and a grin as warm as a summer noon. His clothes simple and dusty from play. "I'm Felix," he said, his voice cheerful but soft, like a breeze through the grass, carrying a hint of excitement. "I run errands for the chateau's master, but it's been lonely here, with the gardens all tangled and the walls so quiet. The gardens used to be so beautiful, you know, when the master's sister lived here. She would pick roses every morning. She loved roses, just like you, and she'd make crowns from them for me to wear." Thalia smiled, brushing soil from her hands, her fingers stained with the earth's richness, the dirt under her nails a badge of her labour. "Who is this master?" she asked, her voice as soft as the chamomile scent, floating on the evening air. Felix's grin faded slightly, his eyes glancing towards the chateau's shadowed windows, where the light flickered like a distant star. "His name is Julian," he said, his tone a mix of admiration and sadness. "He's kind, but different. People in the villages call him a shadow, say he's cursed, with a face that frightens them away. He stays inside, reading his books, tending to the chateau's heart, the rooms and memories. He's glad you're here, I can tell. He watches from the windows sometimes, when you're planting, and he smiles when the flowers bloom. Thalia nodded, her curiosity deepening like roots reaching into the earth, seeking nourishment. She asked Felix to show her more of the chateau, and he led her through its grand doors, into a foyer where suits of armour stood like silent sentinels, their metal dulled by time, standing guard over the entrance. The air was cool, scented with old wood, wax, and a hint of forgotten roses, a fragrance that lingered like a memory. A curved staircase rose into the shadows, its banister carved with vines and flowers, as if echoing the gardens outside, the wood smooth from years of hands sliding along it. Felix guided her down a corridor, its walls hung with faded tapestries depicting scenes of blooming gardens and dancing figures, to a small dining room where a fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm golden glow over a table set for one, the flames dancing like living light. "The master eats alone," Felix said, his voice tinged with sadness, like a note held too long in a song. "But he told me to bring you supper tonight, if you'd like. He said a gardener deserves a warm meal after a day in the earth, to restore her strength." Thalia thanked him, her heart touched by the gesture, simple yet kind, like a seed planted in good soil. She sat by the fire, the bread soft and crusty, the soup warm with the flavours of herbs she knew well, rosemary and thyme, their taste familiar and comforting. As she ate, she gazed into the flames, their dance hypnotic, flickering shadows on the walls, and wondered about Julian, the shadowed master who hid within these walls. What sorrow kept him here? What curse bound him? And why did the chateau feel so alive under her care, as if it breathed with her every touch, responding to her kindness? The next morning, Thalia returned to the gardens, her hands eager to sink into the soil once more, the dew still sparkling on the leaves. She planted marigolds near the pergola, their golden petals bright against the weathered wood, like tiny suns caught in the earth, promising cheer even on cloudy days. Along the path to the chateau's entrance, she sowed mint, its fresh, cool scent rising with every step she took, the leaves brushing her ankles as she worked. She worked slowly, deliberately, her trowel carving gentle furrows in the soil, her fingers tucking seeds into the earth, covering them with a light layer of dirt, patting it down with care. The sun climbed higher, its rays warming her shoulders, and the courtyard seemed to hum with life, as if the roses themselves were singing her praises, their thorns softening under her touch. As she worked, she felt a presence, not heavy or menacing, but soft, like a breeze that lingers on the skin. She looked up to see a figure in one of the chateau's tall windows, a man, broad and tall, his hair wild, blending with the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a quiet intensity, watching her with curiosity. He raised a hand in greeting, a slow, hesitant gesture, his fingers long and strong. Then he vanished into the depths of the chateau, leaving the window empty but for the reflection of the sky. Thalia's heart quickened, not with fear, but with a sense of connection, like a root finding water in dry soil. She knew this must be Julian, the master Felix spoke of, and she resolved to learn more about him, to understand the sorrow that kept him hidden, to see if her gardens could heal him too. Days passed, and Thalia's gardens grew, their beauty unfurling like a flower opening to the dawn, petal by petal. The wildflowers bloomed in waves, blue cornflowers and yellow daisies, their petals swaying in the autumn breeze, attracting butterflies that fluttered like living jewels. The fountain sang a steady song, its water a clear, sparkling mirror for the clouds above, its gentle trickle a lullaby for the valley, soothing the birds that came to drink. The roses on the pergola were now a cascade of pink, their scent filling the courtyard with memories of summer, warm and sweet, drawing Thalia to bury her face in their petals. Felix became her constant companion, his small hands carrying buckets of water or baskets of soil, his chatter as bright as the marigolds, filling the air with joy. One afternoon, as Thalia knelt by a bed of foxgloves, their tall spires of purple bells swaying gently, Felix sat beside her, his legs crossed on the grass, his fingers plucking a daisy. "Elara used to say," he began, his voice soft, "that a garden is like a heart. It needs care and time and a bit of love to keep it beating, to keep it alive." Thalia smiled, her fingers brushing a foxglove's velvety petals, soft as a whisper. "She was right," she said. "A garden knows when it's loved, and it gives that love back tenfold, in colours, in scents, in peace." Felix nodded, his eyes bright. She'd plant things just for me. Strawberries in summer, and apples in the fall. I miss her. But the gardens feel like her again, thanks to you. Thalia patted his shoulder, her touch light. "We'll plant strawberries next spring, and apples too, to remember her." That evening, Felix led Thalia to the library within the chateau, a room so vast it seemed to hold the world, its secrets bound in leather and ink. Its high ceilings were adorned with faded gold, intricate patterns of leaves and vines, its walls lined with books that stretched towards the heavens, their spines worn but loved, a rainbow of crimson, green and brown. Rolling ladders stood ready to glide along the shelves, their wheels silent, and a fire glowed in a massive hearth, casting shadows that danced like dreams across the floor, the wood crackling softly. A long table sat in the centre, piled with open books, their pages marked with ribbons and notes, as if someone had been searching for answers in their words for years on end. "The master spends his days here," Felix whispered, his eyes wide with awe, as if the room itself was magical. "He reads about everything: stars, history, poetry, the secrets of the world. He says the books keep him company. But I think he's lonely, deep down, waiting for someone to share the stories with." Thalia ran her fingers along a shelf, the leather spines cool and smooth under her touch, dust motes dancing in the firelight. She pulled out a book of poetry, its pages yellowed but soft, the paper whispering as she turned them. She read a line aloud. Gardens bloom where moonlight falls, and hearts awaken to love's call. Her heart stirred, for she felt the chateau was speaking to her through these words, urging her to stay, to listen, to heal what was broken, calm. She explored the library further, climbing a ladder to reach a higher shelf, the wood creaking softly under her weight. Books on botany caught her eye. Illustrations of roses and herbs, their colours faded but beautiful. She sat in a worn leather armchair, the cushion sinking under her, and lost herself in the pages, the fire's warmth wrapping around her like a blanket. Felix watched, his grin wide. The master would like this, he said. He says knowledge is like a garden. It grows when shared. That night, as Thalia ate supper in the dining room, the fire crackling softly, its flames casting flickering shadows on the walls, Julien appeared at the doorway. He was a striking figure, his face shadowed by a wild mane of hair, his features sharp, almost too large, as if carved by a storm's hand. Yet his eyes were kind, deep pools of warmth, reflecting the firelight like stars in a night sky. "Thank you, Thalia," he said, standing just beyond the firelight, his voice low and warm, like the embers in the hearth, for bringing life to my gardens. They were my sister's pride before she left this world. I've not had the heart to tend them since. The thorns seemed too sharp, the soil too cold, until you came. Thalia nodded, her heart aching for his loss, like a plant wilting for lack of water, a sorrow she could feel in the air. "I'm glad to help," she said, her voice soft as the bread she held, its crust warm from the oven. "The gardens want to bloom, you know. They've just been waiting for someone to listen to their song, to remember their beauty." Julien smiled, a rare and gentle thing, like a ray of sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating his face for a moment. "Will you dine with me tomorrow?" he asked, his voice hesitant but hopeful, like a seed testing the soil. "I'd like to hear more about your work, about the gardens you've loved, the places you've brought to life." Thalia agreed, her heart light as a petal floating on the wind, as she returned to her small room in the chateau's east wing, a simple space with a narrow bed, a wooden table, and a window overlooking the courtyard. She felt a warmth settle in her chest, like a seed taking root in fertile soil, growing with each passing day. The weeks that followed were filled with quiet moments that wove Thalia and Julien together, like vines climbing a trellis, intertwining slowly. They dined together each evening, the dining room glowing with firelight, the table now set for two, with candles flickering like stars. Their conversations wandered through stories of gardens, of books, of the world beyond the valley, each word a thread in a tapestry. Julian spoke of his sister, Ilara, who had loved roses above all else, filling the chateau with their scent and her laughter, her presence a light in every room. He spoke too of a curse, laid upon him by a traveller he had turned away in his youth, a punishment for his pride and indifference, a shadow that had darkened his days. "I was vain," he admitted one night, as the firelight flickered across his shadowed face, casting long shadows on the walls. "I thought wealth and status were enough, that I needed no one else, no kindness from strangers. But when Ilara died, and the curse took hold, I became a shadow, feared by all who saw me, my face a mask that hid my heart. The books in my library have taught me wisdom, lessons from philosophers and poets, but not how to break this spell, not how to be seen as I truly am, as the man I wish to be." Thalia listened, her heart heavy but hopeful, like a garden waiting for spring, knowing that rain must come before flowers. "The gardens are blooming again," she said, her voice steady as the fountain song outside. "Perhaps the chateau is ready to heal, and you with it, one petal at a time." Julian looked at her, his eyes softening, like soil warmed by the sun, ready for new growth. "You see me as I am, Thalia, not as the shadow others fear. That is a gift, one I never thought to find in this isolated place." As autumn deepened, the chateau's gardens became a wonder, a living tapestry of colour and life, unfolding day by day. The wildflowers danced in the breeze, their petals a weave of blue cornflowers, yellow daisies, and crimson poppies, attracting butterflies and bees. The roses on the pergola bloomed with a ferocity that defied the cooling days, their pink petals soft as velvet, their scent a warm embrace that lingered on the air. Thalia planted herbs along the paths, rosemary for memory, thyme for courage, sage for wisdom, lavender for peace, their fragrances mingling with the crisp air, soothing the soul with every breath. The fountain's song grew stronger, its water a clear, sparkling mirror for the stars, its gentle trickle a lullaby for the valley, inviting birds to bathe and drink. The chateau itself seemed to breathe again, its walls no longer cold but warm, as if the stones themselves were grateful for the life returning. Its windows gleamed, free of dust and cobwebs, catching the sunlight like polished glass, reflecting the gardens below. The ivy on its towers grew lush and green, climbing higher with each passing day, as if reaching for the sky. No longer a tangle, but a living adornment. Thalia explored the chateau's halls, a ring of keys given to her by Julian, jangling softly at her side. Each key a promise of discovery. She unlocked rooms filled with forgotten treasures. A music room where a harp stood, its silver strings gleaming in the dim light, waiting for fingers to pluck a melody. She ran her hands over the harp, the notes soft and echoing, like a song from the past. In another room, a ballroom where chandeliers sparkled like captured stars, their crystals dust-covered but beautiful. Thalia imagined dances long ago, skirts twirling, laughter filling the air. She swept the floor, the broom whispering against the wood, and opened the windows to let in the garden scent. In a small chamber, filled with Alara's paintings, each one a vision of gardens in bloom, roses and lilies and lavender under a summer sky. Thalia spent hours, her eyes tracing the brushstrokes, feeling Alara's spirit in every colour. One painting showed the pergola in full bloom, roses cascading like a waterfall, and Thalia felt a connection, as if Alara was guiding her hand. She discovered a conservatory, its glass panes cracked but holding, filled with dried plants and empty pots. Thalia cleaned the space, washing the glass until it sparkled, and planted new seedlings, ferns and orchids, their leaves unfurling in the warm light. The conservatory became a haven, a place where she could sit in the afternoon, the sun filtering through the glass, the air humid and alive with green. One morning, as Thalia tended a bed of chamomile, she found a small sketchbook tucked beneath a stone near the fountain, its cover weathered by rain. Its pages were faded, but the drawings within were vivid. Roses and wildflowers rendered in soft charcoal, each stroke filled with love and care. A note on the first page read, "For the gardens, may they always bloom. With love, Alara." Thalia knew this was Alara's work, a gift left behind, a message from the past, and she felt a connection to the woman who had loved this chateau as she now did, a sister in spirit. As the season turned and the air grew sharp with the promise of winter, Thalia prepared the gardens for rest, her hands busy, but her heart content. She mulched the roses with straw, protecting their roots from the cold, layering the material carefully, the straw soft and golden. She planted bulbs, tulips and daffodils in shades of red and yellow that would sleep beneath the earth until spring, their promise hidden but sure. She trimmed the lavender, gathering its dried buds to make sachets for the chateau's rooms, their scent a reminder of warmer days, a comfort in the cold nights. The fountain, now flowing steadily, reflected the grey skies, its water a soft, steady song that seemed to comfort the valley, even as the leaves fell. Felix joined her often, his small hands learning the rhythm of planting, his laughter brightening the courtyard like a sunbeam. He told her more about Alara, how she would dance in the gardens at twilight, her skirts twirling like petals in the wind. She'd be happy, he said one day, as they planted crocus bulbs near the pergola, their tiny forms tucked into the soil. She'd say, "You're making the chateau smile again, bringing back the joy she loved." Thalia laughed, her breath a soft puff in the chilly air, misting like a cloud. "I hope so," she said, her voice warm. A garden should always smile, even in winter, with the promise of spring. One day, as Thalia tended the roses, pruning their branches for the coming frost, the shears snipping softly, She overheard voices at the chateau's gate. Villagers had ventured near, drawn by tales of the garden's revival. Their whispers sharp in the quiet air, carrying through the wind. "The shadow still lives there," one said. His voice low but cutting, like a thorn. "A monster, they say, hiding in his books, keeping the chateau cursed, a place to avoid." Thalia's heart flared with a quiet fury, like a spark in dry grass, igniting her resolve. She marched to the gate, her trowel still in hand, soil clinging to her fingers like a badge. "The master of this chateau is no monster," she called, her voice steady but firm, echoing across the courtyard. "His kindness has brought these gardens to life. His heart is truer than any of yours. Judge him not by rumors, but by what you see here, by the roses that bloom, the fountain that sings, the life that breathes again in this place." The villagers fell silent, their eyes wide as they took in the courtyard. The roses glowing even in the cold, the lavender swaying gently, the fountain sparkling like jewels. They nodded, chastened, their faces softening as they saw the truth in her words, the beauty she had brought. Thalia pressed sprigs of lavender into their hands, a small gift, their scent calming. And they left, their whispers now of wonder, not fear, carrying tales of the chateau's revival. When she turned, Julien stood behind her, just beyond the gate, his face unreadable, but his eyes bright with gratitude, like stars breaking through a clouded sky. "You didn't have to do that," he said, his voice soft as the wind through leaves. "But I'm glad you did. It's been years since anyone spoke for me." Thalia smiled, her heart full. "Kindness deserves kindness," she said, "and you've given me a home here, in these gardens." That night, as they dined in the firelit room, the flames casting a cozy glow, Julien spoke of his curse again, his words slow, like leaves falling one by one from a tree. "The traveller who cursed me said only love could free me," he said, his eyes on the fire. "Not the love of books or wisdom, but the love of a heart that sees truly, that looks beyond the shadow." I thought it impossible, for who could see past this curse I bear? Until you came, Thalia, with your gardens, your kindness, your eyes that see the man, not the monster. Thalia blushed, her heart blooming like the roses outside, their scent drifting through the open window. "I see you, Julien," she said, her voice steady as the earth beneath her feet. "And I see a home here, with you, in this chateau, in these gardens, where love has taken root." In that moment, the air shimmered like moonlight on water, a soft glow filling the room. The shadows around Julien seemed to lift, like a veil torn away by the wind, dissolving into nothing. His face, once harsh and wild, softened, revealing a man of gentle features, his eyes still kind, but now free of the sorrow that had bound him for so long. The chateau glowed, its walls warm with light, its windows sparkling like stars, as if the curse had been a fog, now burned away by the sun of love. The valley seemed to celebrate, not with grand feasts or loud songs, but with quiet moments that filled the heart. Walks through the gardens, where the roses nodded in the breeze, evenings by the fire, sharing stories from books, mornings watching the frost sparkle on the leaves. The chateau was no longer a place of shadows, but a home, filled with warmth, with life, with love that grew like the ivy on its walls. Thalia's cart stood in the courtyard, its seeds now part of the valley's heart, a symbol of her journey's end. Felix ran through the gardens, his laughter a bright note in the winter air, his hands now skilled in planting, his spirit as vibrant as the flowers. Thalia and Julian tended the gardens together, planting bulbs for spring, pruning the roses with care, their hands brushing as they worked, a touch that spoke volumes. The fountain sang its song, the lavender swayed, and the chateau stood proud, its stones no longer silent, but alive with the hum of a new beginning. A place where sorrow had been replaced by joy. The villagers returned, not with fear, but with gifts, baskets of bread, jars of honey, their hearts open to the man they had once called a shadow, now seeing him as a friend. And as winter settled over the valley, blanketing the gardens in frost, like a soft white quilt, Thalia knew she had found her place. The chateau was her home, its gardens her heart, and Julian her companion, their bond as strong as the roses that bloomed even in the cold, enduring through the seasons. She thought of Alara, of the sketchbook, and whispered to the stars, "Your gardens will always bloom, I promise, with love to guide them." And so, my dears, as you lie there, let Thalia's gardens wrap around you like a soft blanket. Feel the scent of roses, the trickle of the fountain, the peace of a valley reborn. Let your breath be as steady as her trowel, carrying you deeper into rest, into dreams as gentle as a starlit night. Sleep well in the arms of Gertrude's corner.